Makes you wonder why you even try. Makes you wonder why you even try. Makes you wonder why you even try. Makes you wonder. Still don't know how I've even survived. I don't know how I even survive. I can't fucking go on! Murder me. Murder me! Fuck me! Hello. Hi, Cow. Hi, Una. Hi, Boba. I'm back on the internet. Oh my god, what a fucking week. What a fucking week of dealing with the biggest fucking idiots on this entire fucking planet. That's not true. Well, no, actually, no. The fallout of the biggest fucking idiots on the fucking planet, with a bunch of the fucking idiots from this fucking country running around and being government, my government gonna fucking fuck me over, while they're being led by a guy that let 60 of his cows die. It's typical. It's typical fucking fervor bullshit across the board. I'm just fucking fuck. Seemingly they're trying to block out all my local towns today. And do that shit with their attempts at fighting the fuel prices and doing the good fight for Ireland, So, targeting people, regular people, and, stopping fire trucks and children and people going for chemo. The real problem behind this current crises of fucking economic disaster, and not a fucking child rapist cunt wagon in the White House and his little fucking corrupt bitch in Israel and all the fucking shit going on with that. I'm just so fucking angry at everything right now. It's fucking ridiculous. It's been a fucking hell of a week. Fuck that fucking cunt wagon in the White House. Raise the fucking Western Empire to the fucking ground. I could just throttle every fucking bitch right now. Sitting up there in Dublin and going through, because I ended up right next to the speech that the cunt wagons were doing on their cunt wagon, while I was walking through to get some shit on Tuesday, after hospital stuff in the morning and then sorting out hotel stuff for the evening. And just hearing the bullshit of, we're not ending this, we don't have the power to end this, it's the government that has the power to end this. And then fucking half of them fucking leave anyway, immediately after that, because I guess they have to go home and fuck their cows or something. Fucking fuck, man. Like, having to walk halfway across Dublin to try and figure out how to get a bus to where I needed to get it, because there was no buses at the bus station, seeing as that was all closed down, and trying to get my fucking arse back home was a pain, and it was interesting sitting and listening to the bus drivers and hearing what they had to deal with in terms of having to change their routes and figure out who was doing what because of the amount of people that were being held up on the motorway up to Dublin and all that fucking shite. I don't know. It's just a pile of absolute wankery. And then, of course, the usual Johnny fucking homophobe and Johnny transphobe and all that have jumped on this because everyone's got their Irish flags out, so every racist fuckwit is out there just, being like, oh yeah, we're freedom fighters, man, we're blocking the tram lines and blocking the fire trucks, and this government's gonna fucking get it, even though the entire world's gonna fucking fall apart with no fucking oil because, you know, fucking bullshit. It's just a fucking mess. Ireland since COVID has become an absolute fucking shit stain for brain dead morons. Ever since the fucking, oh, the masks are covering us and stopping us from existing. Oh, free man to the land. Oh, I'm an anti-vax bastard now. Oh, let me mix that in. And then, you know, all the other fucking crap that goes on and has to be listened to with every single wanker having to try and get their own fucking platform. You know, and then leading with the likes of that fucking twat from town that whenever she invited the main Nazi in Ireland to come in and protest against an iPass centre that wasn't even confirmed as happening over the past, 6 months. I swear, over the last 18 months, it's really fucking gone haywire. Absolute bunch of fucking wankers. And a bunch of brain-dead morons who will pontificate about everything being a fucking pain in the ass, and we need to protect ourselves and the women and get our cheap fuel, but we'll also go out there and rim the ass of an old fucking arsehole child rapist in Trump. It's a fucking mess. Everyone's a fucking idiot. I fucking can't stand it. But anyway, let's do some fucking trucking. Perfect fucking Friday for some fucking trucking. Twats. Just twats everywhere. Twats as far as the eye can see. It's a meadow of twats and not an enjoyable one. Fucking... Fuck yeah. Yeah, we gotta protect the women and shut down the services. Not our women at home, though. You know, we gotta beat them up because we're done after a day of tending to the sheep and getting drunk, so we're gonna go beat them up, probably. You know, we gotta do that. That's the important way to go about it. Be honest with you. I'll be honest. Yeah, it's an honest day. It's an honest day. It's an honest fucking day. I'm so fucking, you know, in a country where I feel I'm not very well politically represented because, you know, everyone's a centre-left fucking loser twat in government anyway. And then the people that are against the government are generally just fucking the worst people. The actual worst people. The kind of person who will sniff their own farts and be like, you know, I watched a YouTube documentary and, you know, farts aren't real while they're sniffing their own farts. It's just fucking stupid. Fucking idiots. Fucking, I would love to elbow every single one of them in the throat. I'd never be a great politician because I could never compromise because everyone's a fucking twat anyway. You know, fuck everything. Fuck. Yeah, I was talking to some lads during the week as well, and it was a weird time in terms of like them you know, not being able to get home and having to walk a decent distance to get home in Dublin and all that, and then the weirdness of walking round the main streets of Dublin and not having to worry about cars going around except for the occasional cop car that had to drive on the tram lines to get around and do their shit. But Wednesday, the day after the big speech, walking outside the GPO, you know, an interesting place to always walk around, just, you know, for the history of the GPO and the bullet holes and all that in there from the war and the Easter Rising and everything else that you want to go on with, you know. You know, you could talk about that forever, but like, seeing two lads outside that, getting their photo taken, and climbing back into their trucks to do their pose with the thumbs out the window, out of their big blue Renault truck, while whatever photographer, I don't know who he was with, he could have been just a freelance guy, whatever, it was a very funny situation watching it while they're all decked out with tricolours everywhere. It's always funny that a symbol of peace is being used by every fucking bigot under the sun. I was reading the stuff yesterday as well about the group that has, what is it, for like 11 or 13 years or something like that, I've been doing soup soup stuff, free soup, like a soup kitchen kind of deal outside the GPO couldn't guarantee or couldn't do their usual Friday stop because just they couldn't get their truck and van or whatever in, and just that sort of thing. It's pretty awful, especially with like Dublin having the homeless issue. And then you've got these fucks as well that will campaign over this. And the majority of them are farmers. There are a few people like hauliers and bus drivers and that were around Dublin City. And I've got a bit more sympathy for hauliers. And again, but at the same time, like, it's like, what can the government do whenever that child rapist bastard is trying to distract from the files? And Netanyahu is trying to avoid being hung for being an absolute corrupt piece of shit. And, they're all out here committing war crimes and all that. So clearly blocking the main bridge in Dublin is going to change everything. Like fucking everything. Who needs to see the forest from the trees whenever you can just be an absolute fucking shit stain and do that kind of thing? It's fucking stupid. Everybody's fucking stupid. Absolutely fucking stupid. And of course, with these farmers being a bunch of landowner wankers, they're not going to go out and do the same sort of campaigning for bringing down the price of land and houses and rent across the country while we're in the middle of a serious housing crisis, because they're busy benefiting off it, They've got so many stacks of fucking euros in their hand that they can beat up their wife with while continuing to push this fucking shit. But, €2 diesel in the entire world likely going to run out while all this is going on. That's the real stopping point here. That's where we really got to fuck up shit and stop that child from going and getting his chemo treatment for his leukemia or whatever the fuck. Really important. That'll really show him. That'll get Micheál Martin and the rest of the bastards totally doing something and, I don't know, going and fucking raising Trump. I don't fucking know. What do these people really expect? Absolute fucking idiots across the fucking board. Absolute fucking idiots. But yeah, anyway. So that was my Tuesday through Thursday and seemingly whatever the fuck is going to go on for the next number of days. What was it like? Whenever I got back home, I did a shop, and the person behind the till was going on about how their partner took like 3 hours to get to the hospital, and what should normally be a 1 hour, 20-minute run. And yeah, like getting the bus back, with one of the main roads being closed, like getting the bus back and seeing the amount of roads closed from, say, like half a dozen tractors blocking specific junction exits and entrances. Like, fucking stupid. Fucking, like, protesting's important, sure. Whenever you're being a fucking idiot about it, like, I'll fucking, I wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire whenever you're being an actual idiot. An actual fucking idiot. Fuck you. Fuck you. Like, seriously, fuck you. Fuck all you wankers. Fuck you. Fucking fuck, man. Gardner Street was a real mess, though. Like, I feel really sorry for everyone that was trying to get out to the airport and get shit done and get like flights home and all that. Even Tuesday, whenever I was Wednesday morning, whenever I was like walking down Henry Street, there was a family from Canada who were like galloping up the street with their suitcases. Like, it was like fucking Home Alone style while they were trying to make their next bus at a completely different stop because one bus had to drop them off at one spot and then they had to go a fucking fair distance to get the other bus to get to where they needed to instead of what should have been a single trip, and and small things like that going up to the big stuff again, like the hospital appointments and all the talk that the children's hospital have had to do over missed appointments and all the other shit going on. Like, it's just so fucking stupid. You may as well just like fucking wipe your fucking arse on the white part of the Irish flag at this point. Just leave us with a brown streak as the brown streak that you are on our fucking society, you fucking idiots. Absolute fucking idiots. I cannot. I'm like so done. I've been done for like a while now. I've stopped fucking paying attention to like a lot of fucking news reports and all that. Not like everything, but winding down from taking in deep information and anything, but you see all the shit going on with Lebanon and the history that has fucking gone on there with people I know, let's say, and whatever else, and all the other just wankers across the board. I would love to be of the mindset right now to go through a deep 4-hour talk here on how fucked the world is, because it's not like 4 hours would be enough to even talk about like the fucking border of Lebanon, but just fucking Jesus fucking Christ, lads. Like, what the fuck? And again, like, that's just leading to a bunch of fucking idiots in their fucking tri-colored Renault fucking truck sitting there going, take my fucking picture. Yeah, we're gonna show the government. Yeah. You're a fucking, what the fuck are you even thinking you're doing? Like, seriously, what the fuck is going through your head? Not much. Again, you're probably feeling really sad that you're not back home fucking, dodging as many taxes as you can while you're being heavily subsidized, but still, fuck you. Fuck, man. How do I do this again? How do I... External contracts. There we go. It's been a while. I forget how I do things. Do I really want to go to Istanbul all the way from Finland? That seems like it'd be a fun trip. Sure! You love this angry... yeah, roleplay. Yeah, that's what this is. No, I'm just suddenly a real angry trucker. That's all I am. Have they changed the fucking layout of the way this game looks? I've not played this in a while. Jesus Christ, I don't know how I feel about this new UI. Lads, what are you doing? Lads, what is this UI? What the fuck, bro? The fuck, bro? I was having a really great time this week as well, watching Artemis and all the stuff going on with the moon, and trying to avoid fucking the flat Earth moon landing deniers and all that shit. It was seemingly a real interesting fun time. Having all that go on with the backdrop of just fucking people being idiots. That's always happening anyway, but like, Christ, man, like, fuck. Like, fuck. Right, well, let's get trucking. The YouTube stream should be music free, so there's always that there. So, what am I hauling? I don't know. Let me have a look for a second. You imagine that you're hitchhiking? Would you really want to be picked up by this furious trucker that would just sit there screaming at you for like 2 hours about why the fucking world is burning and how stupid everyone is? I'm often a person that will say that, like, I try not to talk about politics too much on here, like, too much, like, it's like, whatever. I'm not afraid to talk about how much, like, I fucking hate Trump, and I fucking hate parts of the Irish government, and I fucking hate parts of Britain, and I fucking hate parts of Europe, and I fucking hate, a lot of what is really fucking the world up, and all that shit. But like, just this week I've been compelled to like fucking go full in. I think this would have been my awakening week of, if I did feel I was ever able to be a politician, I would just fucking go all in on running for something, but I'm not that person. I'm really not that person, because I just cannot, for the way I am with my uncompromising nature. It's fine. It's fine if someone just do a better job than me one day. But I have been, looking up certain things to try and figure out local shit to get involved in, to try and make a difference with someone that would actually be better than me. I'll be part of the speech writing team, while the rest of the team tries to talk me down from all my bullshit that I try and peddle. So it's a log harvester, by the way. I'm sure you've already read that by now while I'm off on another rant. But yeah, so log harvester. Why are my buttons again? Okay, that opens that. Oh, that's because I have... Oh, they've changed how the map buttons work. Do I have to redo? Oh no, it's because I'm on... Okay, right, hold on. Let me try and figure this out. Okay, right, that activates the lights. Sure, okay, yeah. Right, I've got to go right here. If I feel alone, I can feed your dirty mind. Oh, fuck off with your red light signal fans. I really don't like this new UI. I really am not digging it at all. What's the button for? Handbrake. Is it up? No. Is it down? Yes. Yes, it is. But, you know, as the evening goes on, I'll probably progressively switch back to just being angry. Especially as I've already set up with my with the set list from Wednesday, which was a good gig. I'll kind of talk about that as the songs go through, as they jog my memory. I've never been hugged by... I say strangers. It was one particular stranger. I've never been hugged by the same stranger so much in my entire life. It was funny in a weird way, seeing someone so wasted and out of it in like a sea of people who are either like at worst a bit buzzed or just generally high on music. Well, this guy was just fucking going for it. I didn't necessarily have a problem with it. He was somewhat annoying, but I know he was annoying some of the lasses next to me. So much so that one ended up needing to have positions swapped. But, like, Jesus Christ. I've had full emotional moments with the bestest of best friends at gigs and never gotten that close. Right, left. Instead of all my Halloween stuff up. This is how it should be in real life anyway. Yeah, let's just go around this way. Bum, 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 bum. Torture! Torture! I mean, that's fair. Yeah, that usually happens with new Muse songs for me. Be With You was, again, there with that. I'm sorry to have inflicted such pain on you. I have a new song that has been stuck in my head today after hearing it like 2 hours ago that is on this playlist for later. But yeah, have I streamed since... I don't think I've streamed since all the bullshit went down at London. So in the end, I didn't get to go to London. The plan was, you know, I had a hotel booked and everything in Brixton. I had my hotel booked, and it would have been a quick in, quick out. Try and get in and out, you know, before Mum has to go and do her shit, and things need to get shut down again and whatever else. But didn't get in because I gave up on the Wednesday because A, I was 30,000 in a queue for tickets for a 5,000 person gig for pre-sale, so it wouldn't even mean 5,000 tickets. But also because standing tickets ended up being £140, which was fucking insanity. I would not pay that for a gig, he says, whenever he might end up paying that for a gig come November, whenever Muse do the actual tour. But, you know, it's green light. Yeah, in the end, it was an interesting time, mostly because, like, they played, like, one brand new song that nobody'd heard before, and, you know, a couple of the others from the album, and everything else was just, like, you know, average. Including doing the interstitials from last year. So, you know, it didn't feel like much was happening, and it kind of felt I guess for me, in a way, pointless for what would have been gig 13 with Muse, and I'm just like, I'm kind of glad I blocked out of it. I would have still had a good time, especially hearing Cryogen. We sat in the Discord, and while a bunch of us played Sail Aspire, and Laws also being there, Laws and I just kind of watched a YouTube or an Instagram live stream from Muse France. And you know, they streamed the entire gig, which ended up being very funny in its own way. But yeah, you know, Cryogen sounds like a great song. I'm still looking forward to the album, but I'm still really glad I didn't spend 140 £140 plus whatever, like 100 quid in travel. Well, actually 150 quid in travel plus what was it for the 2 nights in Brixton? Like 250, 200, I think I was paying. So, you know, the guts of €1,000, if not even close to €1,000, for a gig that I would have left early on anyway, because I fucking hate them closing with Starlight. They closed with Starlight back in they're doing the filling station nearby stuff. Okay, that's good. That's a good quality of life feature. GG's SCS. But yeah, I've got very little interest in seeing Starlight close a gig. So, it was like whatever, man. You know, it was a gig I would have happily been at if I got it and I would have got over the price. But it's, you know, it's the sort of thing where you can be thankful that you're not there and not doing it right. So that's fine. That's dandy. But and then Fionn popped in anyway and talked to us about how the gig went afterwards, and we laughed and we cried and we had a good time. But yeah, like, you know, it was some fine stuff, I guess, for what it ended up being. But you know, they got a bunch of fucking hate about the set list. We'll see if they changed their minds and anything. I'm not a big fan of their sound engineer getting seemingly bothered by people over the set list, because he posted about it. So their sound engineer is Mark Carolyn, who is from very near me, and you know, it always sucks. Like, you know, whatever, like hating the set list or whatever, like fucking don't even bring it up to the band or whatever. Just like fucking move on with your life, you know, or be like me and just turning it into a running joke for 13 years. But yeah, he's talked about how there's probably going to be an Irish gig this November, so hooray for that. I look forward to it, which will hopefully be a great time. We'll see. We'll see how it goes and where the ticket prices are. They usually don't get away with as big a ticket prices in Ireland Day, especially for an arena gig, so I'm curious to see what they will try and do with that. But, you know, who the fuck knows? Who the fuck knows? Hi, Saxon. Hi, Ganja. How's it going? Don't mind me. I'm in a rant mood today, so I'm just going to be ignoring chat for most of the day while I blow smoke up my own arse while talking shit. But yeah, how you guys doing? Where's the dashboard, Cat? I've got my seated cat next to me, Count Catula. Right there. There's Count Catula, always there. Always there. Oh, let's break a second and chill out. At least these roads aren't blocked. Wait, Lucasade? 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 Lucasade. I mean, is there another way to pronounce it? Excellent, yeah, ignore me all day. Having just had a half-hour rant about how much I'm tired of a bunch of idiots here protesting because the child rapist wanker in the White House and the corrupt war criminal warmongering cunt wagon over in Israel are fucking with the world's economy, that they think that blocking roads in Ireland is a smart idea, you know, like it's you know, fuck everyone and fuck everything. I'm sure I'll just repeat that rant again about 17 times during this stream. Yeah, Lucozade. The drink of choice for Tomb Raider fans everywhere. And I guess gaming gooners. Bum, 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 bum. Ba, 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 ba. If all else fails in terms of the global economy, I have decided that I'm going to spend my summer money on a new racing chair and racing wheel set and try and get back into VR racing. If not even like triple screen racing or something. I think, you know, as we reach a point that it'll be impossible to go anywhere, and it kind of already is, seeing as the car has been out of action for like 2 weeks now? Over 2 weeks now. I feel like fully getting back on that and being happy with it will be what gets me. I really miss my racing wheel, and I miss doing my long Monday VR streams in ACC or Dirt Rally 2. Or even Automobilista, and all the plans that I had with that, and all the plans that, as they were going. You know, I miss being the VR racing guy. Those are sad times without those. Very sad. Oh, good, good. It'd be nice to see OpenAI and the rest fall apart. I mean, look, if we're going down, we're raising all these fucking cunts with us. The Epstein elite are going to be dragged down with us. I don't fucking care. Whether it's through eating the rich or just fucking tearing them apart and... Oh yeah, this lad trying to overtake me. And like fucking... using their own intestines as a noose, you know, we're gonna get to that point. Fuck the lot of them. Fuck them. Oh yeah, I mean, having done like flight sticks and that before too, and having already done my, I mean, the reason I built a PC in the first place was to be a VR racing station, as it was for like a good 7 years, except for the few years where the PC was broke, and then, you know, whenever the chair started falling apart after 7 years, you know, it was a great investment. It was a great time. It was always very fun. It still is always funny to me that that investment led to a situation where I ended up being discussed by two random people in New Jersey next to a friend of mine over some of my VR racing videos. That's the kind of small world bullshit that heavily investing in VR can get you in this world. It was great. But yeah, no, like whether it's going for racing stuff or flight sim slash just general space sims or whatever, like yeah, like fucking dump all the money into that. Even whenever you can't afford the electricity, at least you can sit there and put the VR headset on and pretend. Do some LARPing with a VR. Do some LARPing that you're a VR pilot, while not actually being a VR pilot. It's all you need. The call when you're feeling beautiful. Hold on a second, let me adjust this slightly up for myself, for my own entertainment. As I say, the YouTube stream does end up not having any music underneath it, so that works out. It's funny seeing people ask for the modular controls again. Well, I guess the best option right now is just to do a multi-stream thing and even set up a bunch of different Twitch channels, which would be interesting. I'm intrigued to see that nobody's really done that yet. as far as Twitch goes, and do a bunch of individual channels for varying audio mixes. I mean, I guess not too many people would give a flying fuck, but I find it interesting just from my own perspective to do it. So maybe I'll look into that as well, and because I probably have like enough overhead for about 5 other Twitch channels running. So I'd be kind of intrigued to like do one, like, you know, have one with like various mixes going on, and then also do like an extra 2 with some really, really bad locally done AI translation of my voice into Irish and a random language as spun on a wheel. I think that would be fun. I think that would be really great. Or maybe I should just start doing this stream in Irish. Fully relearn Irish, become fluent in it again, and go and then just direct people elsewhere if they want me in English. Or just really go the whole hog and just become a full Irish Fenian bastard. And only speak in Irish at all times. That'll also be something to do whenever there's nowhere to go, because everything is either shut down by these absolute fucking wankers and their protests. Oh, you want me to activate the high beams? Okay. I mean, I do like this new UI system of them doing that. That's pretty fun. That's pretty neat. Gons, you're in that. Very cool. Well, the funny thing is about, like, I'm always interested in the so-and-so is too loud part of it, whenever it ends up being, like, not a bad mix coming through, because I'm always curious as to if people would use it to 'cause I remember someone was in here, I forget who it was, but someone had, like, an issue with where their Android phone had an equalizer and some audio enhancements automatically turned on, and that ended up completely fucking with the levels of the various things on the stream in a way that made no sense from what I was looking at, and made no sense from the VOD either. So I don't know. Maybe I'll just go out there and go round to everyone's places too. For those that end up having the issues where their own local thing is doing enhancements that they don't realize, and fixing that, and then dealing with my own bullshit. Don't you flash at me, you fucker. I kind of miss being able to easily change the map. Tapping triangle doesn't seem to do anything anymore. Oh yeah, if I had DLSS 5 on me, I'd end up looking like, I'm trying to think, who would I end up looking like? Lord Farquaad, I guess, and I'm not saying that just because we watched Shrek in the Discord last week. Still need to work out, like, if I'm going to be watching wrestling in the Discord this weekend. There is a lot of racing happening this weekend with the start of the European Le Mans series and the Le Mans Cup, all starting in Catalonia. And I think WRC Croatia is on this weekend. Plus, I've been watching the Masters. Plus, I'm excited for tonight and Artemis. I think it's tonight that Artemis returns home at like 1 a.m. So I'll probably watch a bunch of that in the Discord. Maybe we'll see. I'll just lay here in mental stressed agony from all the ranting today. I was reading chat and I just flipped that guy. Have they changed the physics? Ah, you're fine. You're fine. I have not even noticed the design for it. I've not paid attention to design stuff. I enjoyed hearing your thoughts last month on Revolution and the cyberpunky stuff with it, but yeah, I've not... I feel like I've not... I couldn't even tell you what the color theme was for Dynasty this year. Or even describe what the poster looks like. Maybe I should have popped in and got some diesel. Oh my god, it's Jam! Jam! Thank you for the 17 months, Jammy. Enjoy your trucking. Oh, too kind. Why did I say enjoy your trucking? I just did the fucking, like... I absolutely just did the fucking, enjoy your meal, you too thing, didn't I? I'm gonna hide away and never say anything ever again. It's done. But Jam, thank you. Hi, Jam. Hope you're having a good time. Hope things are good. I'm sure you're getting plenty of good food. Dearest Jammy. See, now I need to do some sim racing with Jam. Having talked about the sim racing plans, I feel like Jam and I need to... Well, that and some VR... or me in VR getting pulled along in SnowRunner or something. I feel like that would be a good plan. I'm sure there's like a VR mod out there if that game's not actually in VR. But, I think I still have that, VR... Oh god, what is it? Is it VMod? Is it just VMod? One of the things where you could... where it just easily put together a bunch of community patches for various games to get them in VR. I think I had it for F1 2020, 21. You know, before EA and Codemasters did that terrible VR implementation. Terrible. Is that a sign that somehow Jungle Boy is going to walk out with the title? Is that why they're doing that? Or is it set up for Jungle Boy to win the title next year at Dynasty? Well, you know, I always think of the jungle when I think of Vancouver, so it makes sense to me. Okay, I mean, maybe. I'm still going with Canada just being the jungle of the world. And Chris Jericho being back and Jungle Jericho taking off. Oh yeah, I'd say Swerve is fully showing up. I would say there's no way Swerve doesn't show up. Trying to see where they go with all that, especially looking at where the Hurt Syndicate are going to be, with them talking about getting new members and whatever, and the amount of fan booking that's been going in with that online. I also need to sleep too, so... Oh, there's a sleep spot up to the right. Fuck it, let's go and sleep up there and then come back and get Diesel here. And we can go on for a good long trip. Yeah, I saw that. That was a very fun opening to Dynamite. It's okay. AEW gets United Empire and the Dogs, and WWE gets the House of Torture. I think that's pretty perfect for me. Oh, right, okay, yeah, I've been reminded. Okay, so, you know, I don't watch WWE anymore, outside of whenever we've watched a few, like the Royal Rumble and maybe Mania in the thing, but, you know, weird MAGA Empire and all that. Did I miss my stop while I've been busy talking? Whatever, it doesn't matter. But it's been very, very funny seeing people talk about CM Punk doing a fucking work shoot on WWE's ticket prices and how bad the show is. Like, that we've come full circle on this cycle again for like the millionth time on how this is working. It's just so fucking funny. Especially with the lad talking about how rich he is as well in the same promo and everything else. Like, lads, like fucking, that fucking garbage bag sellout is something. Well, I'm glad I didn't hit that bus. Come on, move. Move. Come on, we're fine, we can get this. Yeah, man of the people, CM Saudi, yeah. I mean, he's man of the elite. I mean, I guess, again, you know, as people say, you're not Punk if you don't sell out, but just, I don't know. It was funny because reading after Pat McAfee showed up and people were going on about just how tired they are. Like, someone did a big thread about how tired they are for work shoot promos in every promotion. And yeah, I'm kind of, you know, it's not something I really care about, but there's just something to me about people celebrating a character on a show going, yeah, this show's written like shit, and we treat you like shit, and we make you pay through the nose in ways that you shouldn't because we're a pile of shitheads, and we're associated with Trump, and yeah, fuck us. And it's like, yeah, you tell us what we know. Yeah, he's so right. What we watch is shit. And it's just like, have you no self-respect? Do you not see what, like, you supporting this promo really is? Like, even though you were probably defending the shit out of, like, whatever the fuck was going on just before this, now you're really willing to be like, yeah, you know, like, yeah, it's fucking shit. You tell him. I'm just like, fucking, like, you're fucking, you know, I bet you'd fucking go and block a road in Dublin too, you fucking arswipe. Like, the fuck, bro? You set my soul alight. There, yes, moving the MAGA. I can't do a JBL voice, but yeah. Fucking weird. I mean, yeah, they do. They do. They really do overlap. Like with general society, maybe not what a portion of the people, but no, it overlaps. Enjoy your lunch, Una. I need a report on what you get. I need a full report. But no, it's been fun, like, getting in the weeds again a bit with some of the, like, TJPW and watching a lot of that again over the last month. I feel that's been fun. I also saw that the MLP Global Wars show got added to my AEW, so I need to go and watch that. I'm a bit sad that we haven't reached the point where AEW have fixed up their website to get rid of the few annoying bits and pieces like the mouse not auto disappearing and the addition to every show, almost every newer show, off the language selector that won't disappear, which is interesting because it disappears on mobile. So I'm guessing that Kizwi, whatever the fuck the name of the company that runs the back end, I'm guessing it's supposed to auto disappear on desktop, but just doesn't. So I don't know. I've already put in my 2 cents about it, and it's been several weeks and still not getting fixed. But whatever. You blocked. that entire element now, so it doesn't show up. Not like I'd be selecting Spanish for Dynamite anyway, but you know. Can't see it. Mouse autumn disappearing. You make a good point. Is AEW run by the Cat Elite? Maybe. Guess speaking of the Cat Elite, yeah, the gig on Wednesday with Love and Squalor, pretty much the entire backdrop for the entire set from Weird Scientist was Psychedelic Cats, which was fun, with that entire album being very cat-based from an art perspective. So, I don't know. It was nice seeing them just, like, have that. Looked cool, looked interesting, looked fun. I know, right? It's wild that we don't pay for pay-per-views. I still have the Triller app downloaded, and I got the notification the other day that Dynasty's on a fucking 4-hour tape delay, so you'd be paying for it, and it's the same price, but you wouldn't be able to watch it, I think, until 5 a.m. our time, so I guess the planned finish time for the show, the 4-hour show, but it's fucking wild to me that now that Triller has it on tape delay and not live. Yeah, I'm happy with the yearly cost of it and getting whatever. I'm a bit sad that they're taking a while to get the older Dynamites and Collisions and stuff onto the service. I would like to start, but I know that they got the first Double or Nothing on there. And I guess All In is probably going to be showing up eventually. They brought up All In even this past week with MGF and his video package and him being on the first All In show back whenever it was the Ring of Honor Super Show, basically. The unnamed Ring of Honor Super Show. I don't know. It was a weird week. I sitting in the hotel on Tuesday because after I got my stuff done, I didn't really want to go up the streets in Dublin and do anything else. So that's how I ended up seeing a lot of the fallout from CM Punk's work shoot promo on Monday and all the WWE shit, and then seeing all the stuff going on with the various Discovery things happening over texts from Triple H and Nick Khan, and over Vince leaving and coming back and in and out and all that funny shit going on, and also terrible shit involving the, you know, Janelle Grant stuff and that too. And then seeing the shit going down with Cody and Triple H talking about oh, fuck off with your speeding offense bullshit. Talking about how people shouldn't be looking down and talking down in the mid-card or viewing the mid-card as a bad thing, which is so fucking funny. So fucking funny coming from both Cody, the guy that left because he didn't want to be stuck in mid-card hell forever, or lower card hell, or whatever you want to say with Stardust, and then Trips, good old Try, Mr. Politician himself, who did so much to remain on the top and do 15 fucking minutes of opening promos every fucking week, pontificating about how people should be happy with their mid-card spot. It's so fucking funny. It's so fucking funny. It's hilarious elite bullshit. I think throwing that in too with the TNA and their relationship seemingly ending up with a bunch of guys getting pulled from charity shows because they may have been facing AEW talent, but only doing it after one of the AEW talent lost to a TNA talent. It's just fucking, it's truly chef's kiss of the kind of dumb bullshit that happens in the wrestling world, I think. Again, that's the sort of thing you could sit here for about 6 hours on and not even scratch the surface on it. But that was a very funny read through the week. Yeah, mid-card for Lee, but not for me. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, that's exactly it. Cody sitting there with his bus. I mean, you know, gotta cut Cody some slack. He did end racism after all, but still. Just a bunch of fucking twats across the board. It was funny as well, like, you know, because WrestleMania's in, like, over the next couple of weeks, right, or whatever, and it was funny seeing people bring up the show and being like, over the TNA thing, I think is whenever I saw, whenever people were like, yeah, it's really weird that they're pulling people out, like, during WrestleMania week from fighting the AEW guys. My brain went, oh, right, yeah, it's fucking WrestleMania soon, isn't it? So that was nice. That was a nice thought. Realizing that I didn't know when WrestleMania was. Not to be tribalistic about it. Like, fucking, if WWE was fun and whatever, I'd watch it, and also not Trump adjacent. But, man, it's not fun. It really isn't. Driving along these roads is reminding me of how, like, the amount of people that talked about how they had to go the back roads on yesterday. I mean, I guess every day since Tuesday, since at least afternoon Tuesday, to get to Dublin Airport. Again, insanity. Just why these fuckers think that protesting the government, like what, like whatever amount, whether it's like 60 or whatever % of whatever, you know, is customs and tax and various, you know, carbon stuff and tariffs on fuel at the pump, right? You know, and again, coming from the protest being somewhat headed by the subsidized farmer fuckers. Again, though, like, fucking... Normally I'd agree in a situation where we're not facing oil calamity, but, and, you know, it's a shame that the government didn't react better to this and do something better in terms of, like, either actually doing something about this and, like, either, like, getting these people away and stopping it building out or whatever. I guess trying to let these fuckers hoist themselves by their own petard and all that has kind of worked, but also kind of not. It's been a, you know, as usual with the way the political nature and just the general community and society mindset goes, you know, it's a mixed bag in terms of reaction, but you know, they still could have done something on top, you know, even as much as I disagree with the idea of cutting taxes and that, right, as we're about to fucking run out. And, you know, it's funny as well, because a lot of forecourts are now running out of diesel and have now got no diesel at all because of these assholes blocking the refineries and doing blockades outside of depots and whatever else and just fucking us over now. And it's just like, you guys do realize this is kind of what's going to happen anyway. Whatever's going to go on. So, like, the government can't really change that right now, right? You do realize that, right? You fucking absolute fuckwits? No? I look forward to the next election process and Sinn Féin still pretending to be left and not being left and just being a bunch of shitheads across the board. It's amazing how in like 7 years I've gone from being pretty positive about the Irish political system and, you know, where we stand, and while still being backwards on a lot of issues that we should be better on, having been like, well, you know, at least all those years of the church fucking us over and raping our kids kind of at least taught us something, right? It kind of gave us a bit of something, and now that just, again, through both COVID and also other stuff happening before COVID too, and whatever else, all just seems to have been pissed away into the wind. The well-constructed, well-read Irish cynicism has completely fucking disappeared up its own hole to, again, anyone that will believe any fucking sort of thing and documentary they read on the internet. So we have become just like everybody else now, and that makes me sad. I once used to be elite in thinking about us, but yeah, like, it's, you know, man, we're fucked. We're so fucked. We're so screwed. Excuse me, sir. Oh, does this also not show me my money anymore? Like my live money tally? Oh, right, okay, right. 2 fucking cop cars around me. What the fuck? You'll give me all this shit, but you'll fucking sit by and let the Irish fuckers fucking block the roads? I'm driving fast to not block the roads. I'm doing a duty for this nation while I'm trying to deliver this harvester or whatever the fuck I'm delivering. Ba 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 ba. Lose control, increase in pace. This was also somewhat of a test stream for using GFN, and just seeing if I could hit my 100 download while doing whatever out to push 4K to YouTube and 720p to Twitch, and yeah, it doesn't seem to have made any difference locally. I was curious. Or if it has made a difference, it's not been affecting this, so it's likely on the route between me and or, you know, YouTube and or Twitch. Only 46 in-game hours left on the road. Speeding offense, my hole. I also had a revelation on Wednesday night after the gig that I've now hit my I've now tied my max gigs in 12 months record, and that's in 6 months, so I have until November to at least hit one more gig to do whatever, and that, I mean, that's likely to happen, depending on how this next week / 6 weeks goes, but we'll see. And also, I suppose, depending on the state of the world and how we get back with public transport, and if these absolute fucking twat bags fuck off back to their fucking farm layers. I was trying to come up with like a really good insult, but I couldn't, so I guess farm layer will do. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird, like reaching this like boiling point and tipping over. It's been hard not to be angry at the world for a long time, and the various shots of Palestinian kids over the past however the fuck long. What's my... Didn't I set a button for... hold on, let me check. Did this fully reset everything as far as hotkeys go? Bum 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 bum. Okay, no, I still have it. Might as well get this photo spot done. I don't know. I've been like quietly angry in the background at just everything. I mean, with the occasional talking about the baller with, the increase in homophobia and misogyny and transphobia and all that in the country, and the amount of bigotry, and then obviously the world stage, as I say, with like fucking all the videos of the genocide in Palestine and everything else. It's just fucking this week has just made me very outwardly angry. Very outwardly angry. Seeing all the world shit go on while these twat bags are doing their thing. Hi lads, welcome to political rantings off a nature. How's it going? Have I got fucking engine damage? Are you fucking serious? Glad the week is done. Yeah, I'm somewhat the same, but also ready to murder. Ready to murder. Box. We'll see how much that happens in ELMS over the weekend. I was quite liking the look of ELMS on the live timing stuff on WEC Plus, FAA WEC Plus, and the way they had the satellite stuff set up combined with the track layout, I don't know. It seemed intriguing. Does it actually go round and round? All feeling the same? Yeah, probably. I know everywhere's got like their own local things going down and that, so understandable. People are feeling the same. I'm intrigued to see how, like, if that live timing thing carries over to, if it's the same thing they're going to use for WEC, and I don't know. We'll see. Will WEC. These assholes parked here. Whenever I got home yesterday as well, I tested out the Cyberpunk PS5 Pro update, and it's all right. I was kind of disappointed they weren't able to get more out of it, or there weren't more options to include more ray tracing stuff. And I get it with an AMD chip, and even with the quality of the the GPU specs and all that. You know, it's tough to do everything, but I'm still disappointed with where the 60 FPS mode is and also the 30 FPS mode for what it's offering. I feel like it could have been better. Kind of wish it was better, but you know, alas, should I just go here and then drive down through Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and Poland and that? I mean, it's a hell of a difference actually in travel time in game, so sure. Appreciate that, Boba, I do. I mean, as I say, like, that's why I was taking stuff out of focus out of certain parts of the news stuff and all that. But you know, I always work better when I'm angry. Like, I always work better when I'm angry. That's always the way I've been. So it's all about using that as well for what I need to do. Am I fucking... Where do I go around here? Right around here? But yeah, like, I know, I've always work better with anger. It fuels me. Love those, like, hours of being blinded by anger and then just fucking, you know, use it in a productive nature. Like I said, looking up fucking shit. That can be somewhat productive for hopefully finding anyone or knowing anyone in my area that, like, suits me anywhere near enough politically, and going on with that. So we'll see. It feels like a very important battle over the next few years, which is a real shame to say because I hate the kind of tribalistic nature of it, but you know, when you end up dealing with people that fucking spend their week pondering how Artemis 2 has been faked because they saw somewhere that we can't break through the stratosphere, you know, it's just something. Yeah, drive angry, that's what I'm doing, just drive angry. Jam angry. Jam musically angry at all times. Get my drums out and just jam angrily. Do everything angrily. I'm telling you, you're better for it. I'm trying to think of, like, the amount of times I've been debilitated by anger. Outside of, you know, the initial crash out I hate those times. It really just feels fucking helpless. But yeah, I feel lucky that like, you know, definitely more of a sadness being debilitating rather than anger. The anger really balances out the sadness, and I don't know, gives me a purpose, makes me want to do something, you know? Play angry, yeah, I know. Yeah, so just visualize yourself getting knocked on your head at Monza and just having your helmet rub against the tarmac. Visualize that and move on from there. Maybe Overwatch is like the one thing that leaves me debilitated with anger. It was alright. I need to start a new save. I spent ages wondering why my character, because I've not played in a long time, I was wondering why my character was wearing these, I would admit, quite nice looking purple undies. And then I couldn't have my ass out. But yeah, I don't know. It was something. I didn't really do anything except for like look at some tech stuff. I'm still like early in the game, and I need to, you know, I want to restart it and do whatever with that. But yeah, and the PS5 Pro mode, like 60 FPS mode, looked fine as well. Like, you know, me being picky, a lot of people seem very happy with it. I did my own comparison because of cross save. Cross save is very fun. I jump between the path traced version and the RT Pro version, the Performance Pro, whatever the fuck they're calling it, and yeah, just a few spots where I'm like, yeah, I'll notice the difference and this will annoy me, but I'm sure for a lot of people they'll be very happy with it, especially for, I guess, anyone that would have a 120Hz monitor. Maybe you can use the 40 FPS mode for the extra ray trace push. Oh shit! I need to debate whether whenever I restart the game and go through it, which will probably be over the summer because I'm fucking still deep in Star Wars Jedi and Ghost of Tsushima. I still need to figure out whether I want to rock a penis for the great penis shadows and penis physics, or just have some, you know, like a nice vagina with some cute pubes. I need to decide. No Gungans. There's no Gungans in it. That game cares about style, so there are no Gungans. No Gungans. Not one Gungan. I'm going from Finland to Istanbul. I can't remember where in Finland, but like the north of Finland to Istanbul. Male V voice is not good. Whenever I listen to V's voice earlier on my character, she sounded an awful lot like Bangalore, which I'm just like, oh god, this just makes me think of Apex. But I feel so many characters do that. I don't know who does the voice of female V or whatever in Cyberpunk. So. You know, likey. Well, I'm sorry, Boba. Me likey very much though. Me do. I guess is why, like, I'm excited to get into Mass Effect 2 just for how FemShep has apparently got so much of a better voice, which I wouldn't have, like, known or even done without Jam and Teddy mentioning it to me, so that is on hiatus just while life is in flux and while we try and figure out what is happening and see where things are going. But when I can, I mean it, I'm going deep in on that and hopefully not being disappointed. No, not Constantinople. Yeah, yeah, you're right. I should add Istanbul was Constantinople to my playlist for getting through this. I wouldn't even know what Megan Fox Transformers coded really means, because I think the only thing I know about those movies are explosions in Linkin Park. And you know, Michael Bay's bullshit. I paid no attention to the Transformers movies because I never really cared about Transformers growing up, and I don't know, those movies didn't seem my style, so I know nothing. It's a media blind spot. While I've got many that I want to change, that is one of the blind spots where I'm like, I think I'm good. Ooh, we got lightning. I think I'm good. Lightning as well during the ending of Nice Sidonia is pretty good. Ooh, I can hear the rattles of thunder too in the background. That'll be nice in the VOD. And I must fight to survive. Turning a woman's ass while she stands over an engine. Yeah, that's oh, that sounds very me coded. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do then. Just gonna stare at some butts. Butts and elbows are all I care about in this world. The language of flirting is through butts and elbows. So that's all I do is stare at, because that's all that matters, right? Need nothing else. And hats, yes, okay. Well, hats, yeah, sure. Ah, Bobo, well, I'm glad to hear you're recovering. Oh my god, right, yeah, no, that's good. I'm glad to hear you're recovering. That's great. And great news on no cancer. Congratulations. I'm genuinely very happy to hear that. But yeah, keep recovering. Keep doing up. You're doped up and loopy. Dopabinks? No, I'm really glad to hear that. That's good. Like, seriously. I mean, your recovery goes super well now. And, okay, I like the new thing. But yeah. We celebrate those sort of victories around here, so, yeah, fuck those lumps. Might be an idea. I look forward to, like, going through it and seeing, like, how good it is. I put my 10 hours in or whatever at launch, and I've only gone back to it periodically just for, like, looking at the tech demo side of it. But I know it's improved, and, like, I would like to get through it, and I feel like I'm intrigued of playing it first before I go on and try Witcher 3. And, I guess the other Witcher games, depending on how crazy I'm feeling about doing Witcher 1 and 2. As much as I know about how those games play these days or whatever else, I'm still like, I might actually go and try and play them instead of doing, like, just waiting around and, doing whatever. Right. Let's get out of here. Well, hopefully they don't wear off and the pain isn't too much, but fingers crossed they don't wear off. No wearing off. Remain pain-free. I mean, that sounds like a good thing to have then, and go, like, have that sort of relatability going in through it. I feel like that's why Red Dead ended up hitting hard for me for, like, certain aspects and stuff, and why I enjoyed that story so much. So it can be fun to, like, just go through games and have I guess, help play out emotions in that. Whenever something comes along that you can relate to or whatever, it's certainly interesting for that aspect. So, yeah. I keep damaging my trailer. Alright, let's go with the high beams then. I guess I so rarely bother putting on the high beams because I feel like, what's the point? Like, it's not like I get anything extra out of this. Even after they improved the lighting in the trucking engines and made the night sky so much better, like, I still just don't care for high beams that much in this game. Even in VR. Oh, I guess speaking of fucking VR, while the Steam frame and the Steam machine are delayed, I fucking wish Steam would still just fucking release the Steam controller already. I'm dying to buy it and have, you know, and fuck around with it. I am dying to make that my permanent PC controller of choice. I'm dying for it. Oh, I guess speaking of controller stuff, I forgot now that in my anger, I guess this is where the debilitating nature comes in. In my anger, I forgot that the fucking update for Guilty Gear Strive is out. Guilty Gear Strive 2.0. So I might... I'm gonna need to like get into that and see what maybe they've done with Giovanna and what else they've changed with the game. Glorious is so good. Glorious is pretty alright. Glorious is an alright song. I come and go on it for how much I love it, but over the past like 6 months I've definitely been on more of a high Glorious train. Your love will never waver. My love won't waver on it until I get to hear it at in person one day. Alright, I guess let me break up a bit. So I've got this, I'm gonna listen to Be With You next, and then I don't know. I listened to a new album that was suggested to me earlier, which was quite fun, which I had a lot of good time with. So that was nice, and then I'll listen through the White Lies set list again from Wednesday and worry about that. Hey, Drinkable Will, how's it going? Happy Friday to you. No, I'm going to get sleep soon in game. I keep forgetting that I've got my high beams on. Do I take this sleep spot? I still have like 3 hours. I might take it. Unraveling, unraveling. Feeling the glow inside. This feels like a very dickish spot to sleep in, but sure. Weekend mode, nice. It's always good to be in weekend mode. Is there nowhere to turn properly here? Fuck it, let's just drive on the footpath and it's fine. Oh, fuck. No, this is not great. I was hoping I could have got turned that way. Right, fuck it. Yeah, it's good to have the weekend start up. Oh, shit. Come on, come on. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. There we go, easy. No worries, no issues across the board. Like my beautiful ass. I look at my Discord message occasionally and be like, yeah, I've not done a Jackbox night in the Discord in a while. Except for like last month for my birthday. But it's been a minute. I feel like the movie nights and just general watching along of sports stuff has kind of taken over, which is fine, like it's whatever. I feel like the Jackbox stuff will come back in fashion at some point, but... Fucking Splatfest this weekend, isn't it? I keep forgetting about it. Ugh, fuck me. Gonna need to get on that. Nintendo announced Rhythm Paradise Grooves release date is July 2nd, which is nice. Less than 3 months until I can get back into that. So I do kind of want to go through the Rhythm Heaven games. So let's get on that. The what, 4 already? 5 already? What was it GBA, Wii, DS and 3DS? Oh, they're appealing to the mums now? I say that whenever they've always appealed to my mum, but that's fun. I take it it's not been one for Radio 1 then, it's really not been in any of their playlists. Getting a lot of CPU stutter in this one today. Fine. Fine. It's fine, don't worry about it. Don't even think about the 2% cargo damage, it's fine. So as I say, this is the album I ended up like finding that was thrown at me by the algorithm 2 hours ago. And I was like, yeah, I listened to it once before stream. I was like, yeah, that's a pretty good album. And I was like, okay, let's see how it is for like a virtual drive. And this feels like what I'd expect to pop on for going through this sort of weather in Ireland. So sure, I'll take it. There's at least 2 songs in this album that I'm like really into. So like really into. One that I'm gonna have stuck in my head all weekend. Only you, I can hear it. How many? There's at least like a few songs now that like we've been reminded of Only You on. At least that you brought up. Was it your dad that brought it up from one of them? I forget. It wasn't Unraveling, was it? I don't think it was Unraveling. Maybe it was like a Eurovision song or something. Alright. So it's like an old customs thing. That's fun. One of those remnants of years past. Actually, now hearing this, I think what makes me enjoy this album is very like... It's very... The way that the use of synths is very Naked and the Famous. Anyway, yeah, this is the song that I fucking love to bits. I just love the synth, I love the melody, I love... There's a bit where I'm just like, this feels a bit Chapel Roan, where I'm just like, eh, but mostly the backing vocals bit, but otherwise I'm just like, yeah, this is pretty solid, my kind of pop song. I need to listen to some Halsey. It's also very Arcade Fire, I think, this one. Reminds me a bit of like some of the stuff that they did around a couple of the other songs. I saw that she's on stage at Reading and Leeds this year, so I'm like, cool. Oh, I love this synth so much. Just give me a slightly, like, deeper synth with a bit more bass to it, and, like, you can just easily impress me. I'm so easily impressed. You know, deep bassy synth, good butt, good elbows, good hat. I'd marry you immediately. Or at the very least, buy you a grilled cheese. Yeah, this chorus reminds me so much of one of the songs off, not the most recent Arcade Fire album, but the one from before that. K-pop drama? Oh no. Oh no. Is this the end of the world through K-pop? I mean, I feel like we haven't survived. Like the British Isles in general hasn't survived the Sugar Babes lineup changing. PR fluff? Sounds like wrestling to me. Is K-pop just wrestling? Probably. I mean, everything is wrestling, but, I would say K-pop's wrestling. Ah, but my point is, oh, for God's sake, fuck off with the speeding fines. My point is over the it being like wrestling is the non-manufactured drama part, the shoot part of K-pop. Is K-pop shoot drama? I feel like there's a lot of it there, especially with like all the horrible suicide stuff and all that goes on in that part of the industry. But it's just reminding me a lot of the backstage bullshit in wrestling that either will sometimes get translated to on-screen stuff if the affected parties can work together, or just ends up with some twat bag crashing out needlessly at a press conference and then going back and selling whatever dignity was left of himself. You know, Not calling out anyone specifically with that, of course. I'm sure. Again, that's where the ties in with wrestling come in. Gotta get the news and that, but, you know, I've seen enough with, you know, my ex that was deep into K-pop a decade ago, and everything that went on with that, you know, and some of the reasons for her tattoos and all that. Just, yeah, I know. I know what I'm saying is right, is all I'm saying from the combination of the two. As the most correct bastard that has ever existed, and a person that can never be wrong, I know what I'm saying, and that's what matters. Are they the ones with drama around Coachella? Okay, yeah, so I was wondering if that's what you were talking about. I didn't read into it, but I thought it sounded familiar. Like, it was one of those things I read on Reddit the other day or whatever, so... yeah, I'd seen some of that stuff going down, and I just kind of... My eyes glossed over and I moved on. And instead saw the stuff about Muse possibly, or at least Matt showing up for Coachella maybe, or whatever the fuck may be happening. It's funny, whenever they posted that thing, I thought it was an anagram for the Mayan, and they were going to play at the Mayan again, and then it wasn't. I didn't realize it was like a fucking EMD person. So, I feel all the drama around Coachella is why I don't give a shit about it. It's very different to how it was like 15 years ago. I feel like that's whenever it changed. Either one of the years that Muse or Radiohead headlined it, but I don't know. You compare it to like Glastonbury, and I feel like most of the drama just outside of a few instances, depending on the artist, but most of the drama just ends up being, oh, who's the secret act here? Whereas, you know, I don't know, Coachella's Coachella. I wrap Coachella and Burning Man up as the same sort of thing for just being so... just appearing so overly online based. Not that UK and European festivals don't end up having similar-ish things, but I don't know. There's something about Coachella's clientele, and the same for Burning Man, outside of a few friends that I know have been going to Burning Man for forever, that just rubs me the wrong way. But you know, whatever people will enjoy, I guess. Like, I feel South by Southwest has kind of gone the same way-ish. Not fully, but again, depending on who shows up. But I guess Coachella has just ended up with that massive amount of, like, you know, just pop drama in it. Whatever burns their man. Usually for me, it's my oven. Alright, well, this song I'd rank down as like maybe like a 4 out of 10. I just noticed the road textures disappeared there for a second. Well, either way, at least I've got 2 songs that I really like from this album now, so I'll take it. Gotta give everything a chance. We'll just say I pronounced that correctly and we'll go on with it. Yay! Phonetics never lets me down, except for all the times it lets me down. EP, okay. I really struggled sleeping in that hotel bed this week, which was weird because it was the most comfy hotel bed I've probably had in like a decade. Even the pillows were nice this time, but I somehow it wasn't quite as bad as the night where I think I ended up getting like a weird, what I assume was a contact high or whatever the fuck ended up happening that night back in November. Whenever I had like just the weirdest night. Or I was sick. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I'm not versed enough in whatever the fuck to say, but that was a weird night. This was just like a really heavy struggle to sleep on Tuesday night. And I wasn't even angry at that point. So this song heavily reminds me of someone else as well, and I can't think of who. Might be a Eurovision song. It's bouncy. It's fine. I think as a whole, the album like comes across as like very, very chill, which is fine. It kind of needs more bounciness to it to me to overall hit it, but there are a few spots where again, like, I Love Somebody song is banger. It's annoying as well because like Tuesday, with having several hours of like, you know, not doing whatever, and I was, you know, I ended up watching the Arsenal match in the room, but I was willing to go out and go to a show or something, but I couldn't find any good shows on around the city, and it wouldn't have been because of the protest, but just like makes me sad that even on a Tuesday night I couldn't find a show I was interested in the fucking capital city. And I wasn't even necessarily being picky. It was just like the literal one genre that I would not be interested in going to see. I suppose I could have went to a play. A lot of adverts around for the Plough and the Stars and various other theatre goings on around the joint that I had a lot of time to look at, seeing as because of the roadblocks from the Wankstain farmers and all that shite, ended up with us having to stop on the tram outside the theatre quite often while travelling back into the city from where I was staying. Alright, no, yeah, this is like very like an Ali X song without as strong of a voice, but there's like one or two Ali X songs where I'm like, yeah, okay, this sounds like it could be it. And it's interesting like hearing this, maybe I wonder if the algorithm suggested it to me just because of vague similarities with the current Ali X album. Kinda in there a bit. Not too much, but there's like a few spots where I'm like, okay, this is kind of like where people were angry people were angry with the latest Ali X album, which was a shame. I thought it was a fine album. I get it though, you know, people wanted more of the hot 80s bops that was the previous one, but yeah. I've realized I'm not a fan of the amount of songs that, or just things that reference the whole shoe size not your age thing. I don't know, I don't like the phrase too much. It's not a case, I'm not here being confused like the group of people that were confused with the throwing the baby out with the bathwater being a phrase a couple of years ago, but I don't know. I think it's been so overused. I'm just like, eh. So basic. Do I want to go and get myself fixed up while I'm here in this town? I might wait until I get deliveries done. Still 30 in-game hours to go. I could sleep. I could go and sleep. If I go down here and sleep and get myself fixed up, that will be pretty much me set until I'm near the end of my diesel tank. Oh wait, no, yeah, vocally she actually really reminds me of the the last from the Sayonara Wild Hearts soundtrack. Oh, what was her name? Norwegian, I think. Reminds me a bit of her, actually. This really fits in with some of the end of that game. Maybe that's why I'm a big fan of the album, actually, or like I've been a fan of what I've heard so far in that. So might make sense. All right. Service recommendations. Confirm. Oh boy. Right, well, if we were going to go through those sort of phrases, am I fucked? Can I get a fucking sleep spot here? Please? Yeah, I was gonna say the I could care less thing is my biggest pet peeve. I can't get that sleep spot. I guess I could care less. I don't know. I'm not a... Up there, like, just, yeah. Things that annoy me the most. That. We need to do like a phrase corner night in the Discord one of these nights. And just discuss annoying phrases and sayings and words and... I'm trying to think of like any annoying Irish ones that drive me insane. I think they're all too weird for me to be bothered. Like you've obviously got the well-memed ones like, ah, that's a grand stretch in the evenings. You know, outside of something dumb of like just being annoyed by toss pots that drive me insane by just shouting "Shuck Fiar Law" every fucking 5 minutes. I sure hope this doesn't end up like that other long trip that I did where I ended up flipping it just at like 5 hours left on a 50-hour journey. Oh, that's me, shaking my non-existent ass. It's me. I don't think I'm speeding at all. I don't know what you're talking about. Ass numbers up. What, just stream while doing squats? What, just attach my kettlebells to the end of my arms while I'm playing Beat Saber and squatting? Just do a bunch of those Lady Gaga songs over and over again that have, like, various squat motions you need to do partway through the song at higher difficulties. Is it like Born This Way that just has constant squatting? It might be Born This Way. Or I could just do it the Crab Wave. I think Crab Wave has a lot of squatting in it. Squat Waves, if you're okay. Yeah, we have all the co-working streams. I mean, I guess I did follow a lot of co-workout streams, but yeah, let's just do co-squat streams. Co-squat? Co-squat. Not to be confused with cum-squat streams, which are very, very different. Moving them on the desktop and keeping them on the app, but why? I wonder what's changing in the back end on the website that they need to get rid of it. Unless not enough people use it on the website, so they're just like, let's remove stuff. Oh, that smokestack. Well, this guy's flying. It's like a dangerous road junction. Alright, there's a fuel place up there to the right. I don't really want to go to it. Like, I've got enough fuel for now. I can keep going until it's sleepy time. Oh, it is sleepy time. I forgot. I didn't get to sleep in because I couldn't get the spot correct. Fuck. All right. I'm gonna need a rest stop at least. I think I should still be good enough to do one more rest stop before I need to get diesel. I would like to try and leave it that I only need maybe like one more full tank to do this delivery. Time to switch banks. Yeah, I don't know where I'd go now for a bank if I was to switch banks. I'm happy enough with like the banking app that I use, but for my brick and mortar bank, I'm like not particularly happy with it. But there's not much choice here, so and I still need a brick and mortar bank, unfortunately. Oh, I do that whenever I'm gaming anyway, Saxon. You know, you can't be a pro gamer without occasionally pissing in a bottle. It's how I got so good at Apex back in the day, was just constant pissing in bottles between rounds. And the occasional shitting in a bottle too. But I don't go pro on too many games these days for doing that. Mostly just solitaire. Gets my piss bottle out. Bylaws. Let me just pull in here before this truck blocks me with this fucking train going by. Did I say solitaire? I don't fucking know. Look, it's been a long week. I'm tired. I had a lucky D on Wednesday, so Ds are getting added in everywhere. Oh, so subject matter, okay, never mind. I get it now. In that case, I'm still tired. How do I look at my map? Is there a quick map button anymore? Let's look at the world map. What am I looking at here? Alright. Okay. That's good. Should be good. Proof of this album is putting my driver to sleep. Alright. Like fuck, we're making that town. I hope. Good old emergency stop, but turning off the engine just to make sure I made that red light. Pretty perfect in the end, actually, so... Alright. What's up, lads? You are getting tired. You should find a parking place to rest. Oh, this isn't the fuel stop, okay. It is a depot. Ah, shit. Well, It's fine, I can pull around into the other, like, sleep spot at least. I have enough diesel to do me, so I might be able to make another... do the diesel stop after this next one. I think it's really rude that these lights just turn red. This song is definitely very current Aliax album style, so I think that is why the algorithm picked it for me. Alright, come on. I need this. I need sleep. Oh. How kind of you, Mr. Bus Driver. I'm so excited for this to get the buses added. I'm just gonna be bussing it every day. I don't know how often I'll bother trucking in this game once buses come. Yes, bussing. Do I have to be like fucking angled in fully? Including the trailer? You need some objectives? Might be objectives. Like burnout style objectives is what I want. Splat out. Ow. Oh, Wednesday was so good. So at this point, you know, they did open with playing the album in full, which was nice. Great way to celebrate 20 years, but well, to be fair, they did start off with our usual banter. But yeah, at this point, the guy I was on about earlier that was drunk and high or whatever was already, like, singing half the album, and throwing in occasional IRA chants, which was weird at first. I think he was so out of it, I don't know if he realized he was doing it at first, but, so to my right on the barrier were, like, a bunch of British We Are Scientists fans who were over, I guess, just following them through all the Irish gigs, you know, about, like, say, like, I think 3 couples and then one other person that were just following them probably everywhere in this tour. The We Are Scientists groupies, you know, all in like their 50s or whatever, you know, doing their shit, all that, whatever. But one of the lads who took my spot from me, it was my spot. I went to get a drink because that venue is pretty good for where the bar is, so I went to get a drink, and then him and the partner were basically where I was standing before. I wasn't too bothered because it was like I only had to move like 2 people to the left. Seeing as everyone like hangs back anyway, and guests are drinking that from the bar at the tiny venue. But yeah, he went to get a couple of drinks like I forget if it was before the support act came on or after the support act. I think it was before. I don't know, whatever. It was at one of the points, and then this guy comes over and starts talking to like with 2 drinks in his hand, and starts talking to the partner or whatever, and just like, you know, he was still completely wasted at this point and whatever else. But then the other guy came back and was like, "You're in my spot." Well, you know, trying to be forceful while also trying to be jokey about it with the guy. And it was like within like a minute after that, the guy started doing the IRA chants mid singing one of these other songs from the album, and that was weirdly funny. But yeah, he was you know, trying to be chummy with everyone, you know, over one of those, you know, overly friendly drunks all up in your face and that kind of thing. But yeah, it was intriguing seeing him go in and out of like just annoying people and also being actually funny. Weird Scientists, you know, usually do a lot of banter, and there was a funny bit where they started doing banter after like 3 songs. I forget which song it was, but they tried doing their banter, and they were going to do a joke anyway about like how, you know, people say they talk too much, and then this guy starts singing the chorus to the next song already, and fucking Keith and Chris just like fucking like break down already over him doing it, and then they turn into like a fun little bit about like, well, you know, a lot of people, as I was saying, a lot of people say we talk too much, but nobody's ever just like started singing the next song to get us to shut up. And it was pretty fucking funny. It was really fucking funny with that, and that was pretty neat. But yeah, like fucking, I've never been hugged by one person so much in my entire life than this guy that night. Like, he was going between me and the last that was like next to me, and then the other guy that I was talking about that like said he took a spot to the right, and also like trying to go and like shake hands with Chris and all that, which he did in the end. And you know, he there was some funny bits that came from him, and then there was just like other times where he was just being an annoying dickhead. He changed his tune a bit after one of the security came and told him to stop being to put his shirt back on after he tried to take it off. But yeah, I don't know. It was an interesting experience. I did almost turn around and punch him in the throat whenever he kept ruffling my hair. The hug around the neck was one thing. That was like, whatever. I don't really like being touched, but it wasn't that bad. And it's a gig, you know. You go expecting like fucking like to be near people, and unfortunately having to rub up against people, so it's whatever. But yeah, I don't know. He had fully crashed by the end of the gig. He looked so fucking depressed once the gig was over. After, you know, all the shit going on for the 3 hours beforehand, he was so fucking just like done. I've not seen a crash like that ever. So yeah, he was he was MBS laws. Yeah, he was fully MBS. But yeah, I mean, as far as those clowns go, like, it's whatever for me. Like, you know, I know that he was clearly annoying the lass next to me, and that got dealt with, and then there was another lass behind me that he ended up annoying, and hence why she ended up swapping positions with someone on the barrier and all that. And I don't know if that's part of also what the security said to him. I didn't fully look around, so I didn't see what was going on, but yeah, like that, not the typical dub accent, but he sounded an awful lot like Jeremy Dixon, who is a talk radio guy, and known for talk radio for forever. So you know, that kind of dub voice, which nobody will hear or really understand anyway. But I don't know, didn't dampen the night, at least. Like, I've dealt with far worse people. I think back to Rebecca having the lass who said she couldn't speak English very well because she was from Argentina, at the Ulster Hall gig in 2015, just constantly bash her stomach off Rebecca's back the entire time, to the point that Rebecca did eventually turn around and say, "Hey, can you stop smacking me with your belly?" Which is always like one of the many highlights from the Psycho tour for me, is just hearing Rebecca turn around and say that to someone. Fucking good shit. But you know, compared to the lads that got thrown out of Wembley 2010 from fighting before even the first of 3 support acts came on, it was ridiculous. Also, sorry, I didn't say hi, Roxas. Hi, Roxas. Thanks for the lurk. Have a safe lurk. Don't drive off the road while lurking. Don't do it. Don't do it. But yeah, Wednesday was great. We Are Scientists are like perpetually one of the best bands to see. So fun, such good banter, good set lists. Even without doing their first album in full, but even then, I really hope they do a similar tour for Brain Thrust Mastery in 2 years, a year, however long it was for that album. It's like another album that's one of my favorites of all time. So, but yeah, I don't know. Hearing this entire album in full with just a bit of banter in the middle, fucking great. First time I've ever been on a gig where someone played an album in full, so wonderful. Got someone kicked out whenever you saw them in Plymouth. Oh no, what's the story there? Yeah, I feel like, yeah, people getting kicked out of gigs is rare, but usually it's been people getting carried out for like passing out of the barrier after a long day queuing in the cold of Dublin. Especially at the Keys. Handy with a group of girls, yeah. I was kind of surprised this guy wasn't thrown out, especially with like safe gigs banners up everywhere, but you know, I guess maybe like it shouldn't be up to them to make the complaint, you know, assuming, because I only caught whatever behind me, but assuming that he was just like being huggy, whatever. Maybe it was because he was being huggy with everyone that it passed off, but you know. So I am now going through lists of gigs coming up and marking down possibilities for when, I guess, when Mum's next section of treatment can start, that I can actually go and do some stuff. And whenever the car is back. I've been really, really bothered for the last 2 weeks having to, like, just ask for lifts and stuff. I hate that aspect of... I just hate it. I hate people doing anything for me anyway. It's gross and it's disgusting and should never happen, but I hate having to use people for lifts and stuff, so it's like just not, I just can't. So instead I will just go shopping once a week and get things done when I can, which is probably smart with how things are going with the fuel crises, which again brings me back to those shit stains protesting and even making getting the Lewis back to the hotel on Wednesday tough with them still having their tractors there. Especially one of the guys that tried to park his truck on the Tuesday seemingly tried to block like the Lewis line and some stuff on the Lewis line, and the cops having to like get things sorted that way to not have the Lewis blocked. It was fucking insanity. Like, you know, I've seen a lot of people saying that like go and you know, go and protest outside the American embassy and outside Moonbeg and actually go, you know, and try and fuck with some of the child rapist Cheetos property and stuff in the country. So that like should be how it's done, because again, it's not like the government can do anything whenever the two warmongering war criminal pricks are and the rest of them are all causing this whole giant kerfuffle. But what can you do? What can you fucking do? Yeah, I mean, that's how it goes. Like, again, like, you know, dude, if they would fucking protest some of the shit that the government could actually properly do something about, it'd be great. But like, especially with it being mostly farmers, and farmers are not going to protest the housing crisis because they make so much money from the price of their land going up and all that happening, you know, like, but fuck them. They're a bunch of fucking dumb fucks. Yeah. But I don't know. I'm still wary about how brainwashed people are in general in this country. Yeah, of course they won't. Which, again, is very funny for farmers as the most... I guess I can't factually say they're the most subsidized group in the country, but, you know, with the amount of subsidies they get for the government, including for fuel, you know, it is not the same. And I know there are plenty of farmers that are going to be struggling in this country, especially in more rural spots. Like, I get it, but, you know, being so up your own arse with this protest is just ridiculous. And I'm intrigued to see where it spreads. I know there's been talk of it spreading to Northern Ireland. I don't know. I've got real admiration for people that will protest for the common man and not just for their own interests, and you know, obviously we are where we are. I mean, the farmers I all know are all people that have used money to, especially like around these areas of the country where a lot of the farmers, where a portion of the farmers got themselves involved with, say, illegal smuggling across the border to Northern Ireland and made a lot of money from that, and then invested in land and property around the area, and now are asset-wise millionaires, multi-millionaires, due to money laundering through those schemes and all that. You know, it's just like, that's the kind of person I expect from farmers in this country, or at least, like, again, like maybe whatever percentage of people. And it seems that the head of the guy that heavily organized a lot of these protests was off that ilk, judging by news stuff today. So, you know, it's kind of what you'd expect from it. Oh yeah, Laws, I remember you mentioned the inheritance tax stuff over in the UK. Yeah, I mean, look, again, that's privileged people. It's like, you know, it's the more localized version of the oligarchs running things and rimming Trump's asshole in the US and elsewhere in the world. And, you know, the history of Rupert Murdoch, and, you know, you don't need to just factor in the billionaires in the US right now and all that stuff, right? You know, it's obviously been going on for decades with media magnates and all that shit doing their shit. And you know, whether it be the Murdochs or fucking what do you call them? The Maxwells. And then, you know, you can tie the Maxwells in with Trump and Epstein and all that too. You know, it's all that shit and ilk and that pedophile elite and all that. You know, it's bunch of fucking grubby bastards. As I say, you know, if this current war to distract from the Epstein files and Netanyahu's corruption and everyone else involved that's fucking distracting from something, and just, you know, on top of the genocide and everything else, like, fucking, you know, if we're going down, we may as well fucking take them with us. Peter Thiel, all those motherfuckers, just fucking burn the fuck out of them. That's all we gotta do. Red signal fence, I was through. Not fully, but I was through. Suck my dick. Oh, fucking Jeremy Clarkson, fuck that guy. No, fuck him. Yeah, I mean, that's how I usually use suck my dick, to be honest. It's a bit awkward whenever I end text messages with it, but it's how it works out. But yeah, I'm also not surprised at the fascism farmer thing. Like, I live in an area where, you know, it's a very old population and they have their own conservative attitudes, and I'm not saying that every conservative is a fascist, but, you know, it's, the things you tie in or whatever is, meh. Well, yeah, like, as well, like, whenever you talk about, like, you know, starving people or taking, like, you know, the land shit and all that, I always look at Ireland and how it treats the travelling community, and where, like, they're, I would say, the most openly, like, actually openly, where you could easily say something about them on the radio, and you know, that is, like, very bigoted and be fine with, like, you know, not have any issues with it. And how that works with that community here, and the tie-in with farmers and their land and that there too, and how we can never look for a solution because it's just, you know, so hard up their own arses for a million things. You know, you fit it all in with all that sort of shit. Yeah. But, you know, seeing a Nazi and his group march through my local town last summer is really another of those big eye-openers for how that's going on. You know, again, he is a guy funded by, you know, that has Russian connections with that, but is also deep friends with whatever you call him from the BNP. There's other pictures out there with him with your fellow that ran the BNP. I think he's a glass eye. I forget his name. But, you know, all that shite. And then him being invited by the local journalist here to protest, to do an Irish patriotic protest against the centres that were being the, you know, heavily seen as being, you know, doing the terrible thing of putting Muslim immigrants next to school buildings and stuff, and how dangerous that was, you know, and you know, so having those people march with their agenda through the local town was, as I say, an eye-opener for how things are. And you know, that was interesting. It was intriguing hearing, because I got my hair cut the following week, and then that journalist's mother was talking shit about her while that was happening. I thought that was very funny. But yeah, like, I don't know, fucking dumb scummery across the board. Well, yeah, that's exactly how I meant it. Yeah. You know, haircuts tied into your political thing. You know, it makes sense. Totally does. I'm just getting my head shaved, and then I just get to listen to this person's mother talk shit about them. It was very fun. Classic granny going, would you ever come off it kind of stylish bullshit. I don't understand, please repeat whatever you just said, nothing's making sense, I'm gonna do it. I wish I'd been able to go to Belfast for the Thursday gig. I looked earlier and the stat list wasn't up. I was intrigued to see if they had changed any of it around, but I might try and fuel up soon. Oh, would you look at that? It's just appeared on the map. Boy, I wish I was able to get diesel for that price. So it was a few weeks ago. Wait, what are we waiting on? Laws, what's going on? I think it's around 2:30 at the moment. I honestly couldn't tell you because obviously I've not been like looking at a pump in weeks without a car. That's an insane price. We're so fucked. Yeah, fill it up. Who knows, might be your last diesel ever before we have to, like, start flintstoning it everywhere. Earlier I was still like, yeah, I'm gonna stay up for Artemis coming home. But now, like, I'm feeling tired. I mean, maybe whenever I'm done streaming and go to watch Have I Got News For You, I might get some energy back, but yeah. Ah, shit. I didn't want to try and overtake it if we were going to end up in this fucking same lane. You know, I really wish I'd seen We Are Scientists whenever Andy Burroughs was their drummer for such a long time. I love Keith. I love Keith. Keith is fucking cool as shit, but, I fucking... Would have been nice. I may hate Razorlight, but I've got a lot of respect for Andy as a drummer. Time to start drinking unleaded then. What, they do unleaded cherryade now? We've been diesel users for like a good, 2 decades now? I think I'd rather go full EV just for the affordability of some of the Chinese cars in that. Call 111. What's the evidence of being overdone on diesel? Oh, well, I do bad singing and dancing. You're already an EV household? Very nice. Like, we would have switched forever ago if, the affordability was there, but if we need to change this car, then I guess EV's the way to go. Well, what? Like, if you build a new supermarket and that here, you have to have a certain number of EV stations in the car park and stuff, I think, to be given planning permission. Obviously, there's, as there is worldwide, there's still the just general worry about EV and distance and all that, but like fucking like whatever. Yeah, Saxon, they're the ones that Mum has been like looking at and thinking of, and I see a few of them on the road now, so yeah, Gladiator hasn't been too bad. I'm intrigued by them. Oh, wasn't used by the managers? Well, time to get the managers to like move them around and get them fucking be like, yo, you're already charged up and you're going like 10 miles home, mate. Fucking get fucked out of there at lunch or whatever. Oh, I mean, I'd take the bus around if the bus was really an option as well. I like public transport for the most part, depending on the bus and how comfortable it is, but if public transport was an option, like fucking, I wouldn't give a flying fuck about cars. I mean, even at 50 miles, like, they should have enough charge. They should be just fucking off at that point. I feel like the charging spots here are just boring as shit. The only cool thing you get to see is the parking spot being green instead of blue for disabled stuff. So that's it. I don't know. They look exactly like, it just looks boring. Kinda wish I was getting more money for this journey. Another highlight of Wednesday was seeing their social media person just smiling the whole night, enjoying the show. I don't know how Cork's crowd were, but like, you know, they were really into the show, like really into it. I feel like I've rarely seen the backstage people also be glowing throughout the entire show. Maybe they were just happy to be able to get there. Because I know the lads had trouble getting through the blockades and the traffic to get into the city on Wednesday. Became another banter spot in the middle of cut my own hair talking about the fuel protests. So, and how they missed out on their pub crawl times. Mr. Drunk High Guy as well. After like song 5, like before the gig started, he was going through like the same 4 songs from the album, and also going, "It's the lonely girl living in a lonely world. Took the midnight train," and he sang that like after song 5 or 6, and I don't know, the lads found it very fucking funny. And did end up turning it into a bit of like, "Oh, I know what happened. You used to listen to the album on like a playlist, didn't you? And this was like the next song on the playlist at this point." And later on in the evening, he started singing it again, like about like 4 songs from the end, and Keith just like fucking like fully just cracked. It was very funny. He could be funny. The guy could be. He was annoying as shit sometimes, but he could be funny. You know, you throw enough shit at the wall, you make it stick. I bumped into Ali, who I've never met from the, who I've known through the Muse fandom for forever, and I brought up the guy at the end of the gig and was like, "Yeah, I've never been hugged so much by someone," and also like. He was just shouting stuff at the band all night long, and she was like, "Oh, I was wondering who that was. I thought it was you." I've never been so insulted by a statement in my entire life. Yeah, I'm loud and shouting things, but not like that. Fucking rude. I was clutching my pearls for the rest of the evening. Also, Saxon, how's the UTA times going? I don't know how many gaps you have in it. I'll keep you up to date on like how stuff goes with Mum over if I can like get any more breaks, if we're able to like meet up at any point. But hope you're having a good time. Man, like even hearing these songs off the new album was very fun. Like I fucking just love We Are Scientists so much. They really did perfect just like the, you know, their own niche in the art, dance, pop, rock thing. I think at this point I do prefer them more to Franz Ferdinand. I think having that kind of Flight of the Conchords-esque banter system going on with them as well kind of helps elevate too. Like 3 actually genuinely funny guys. And seemingly a 4th now that they've added Sean McVeary in for some songs, and he's touring with them. Sean was very good. I need to go and listen to his album and some of his other stuff and see how it is. I was looking at his Instagram and he's done some like, he did like a cool song about a pigeon being in love, and I'm like, ha, yeah, this guy seems cool. Some good jokes through the night about his New York Times hat that he was wearing. Fucking typical. I forget if he was from Long Island or where he was from. But yeah, it was something around up there in that area. Alright, cool. August. I'll keep that in mind. We've hit a few setbacks over some stuff, so I'm not sure. And I mean, you know about the car thing, but I mean, hopefully the car is back by August. But sure. Hope you guys have a good time in Ireland. Sounds like it'll be fun. We were supposed to be deep into like phase 2, phase 3-ish shit right now, but alas, we'll see. So fingers crossed we know more Wednesday, and then I can plan about whether it's whatever. Solid lurkings. Hope you're having good lurkings, Roxas. God, the levels in this song are so much lower. I don't recall Rules Don't Stop Me having... Did they get sent a new master or something? A new copy of it? The fuck? Not that I'm complaining, like, whatever. Sometimes lower sounding albums are alright. This is, like, very low. I'm thinking of making the switch from to Qobuz over the next couple of weeks, and then like spending the next year buying 1 million albums digitally with my subscription. I'm still waiting to use my 30-day trial with that, but I successfully got a few missing albums added through their like suggest an album feature. I tried suggesting some other bands and things haven't been added in. I'm guessing because there are certain bands that are like very heavily, you know, self-owning on their stuff and small and not even bands anymore. But there was one particular album I wanted to get over there that's not over there, and I'm like, ah, shit, I want that in there. So I might reach out and see what the story is and see who possibly holds the rights to that. And figure something out. It would just be nice to be able to subscribe to something somewhat ethical that had everything I wanted on it. And then buy everything and then never have to subscribe again. And that's just looking at my own stuff. I was like planning to move the full family across, but the amount of effort of having to go through and like see what my brother and mother's like music and what was actually available in there, I don't know. Oh, I'm worried going to the bottom won't work and I'll have to reverse. Don't care. There was a couple that was at the gig in 2023 that I was kind of like surprised they weren't at this gig. I mainly remember, like, I always think about him with this song because he had a bald head and he started mimicking shaving his head during this song in 2023. And I was kind of, yeah, I don't know, I was kind of wondering on Wednesday, like, oh, I hope they're okay. Because, you know, we got to chatting at that gig in 2023 and they were talking about how they would go to every Irish We Are Scientists gig anyway, so yeah, I don't know. Hopefully they're good. Maybe they were out protesting for all I know, I don't know. been a fun area to drive through. Where am I? Okay. Hey Una, welcome back. How was lunch? Ramen, nice. I'm thinking of having ramen myself after I'm done streaming. Real ramen, okay. Mine's just gonna be the instant kind, because I can't go anywhere, but yeah. I'm trying to think, is there anywhere near me that does decent ramen? Or might do decent ramen? I've never tried it locally. Oh, shit. It's true, it does, but sometimes, you know, getting good ramen is great. Oh, I'm very confused by the new UI, Jam. I don't know. I guess I like the little tooltips that they pop up with, like, there's a rest spot near you and other shit, but I don't know the button on controller for, like, if I can mess around with the like switching between, like, you know, the way you could switch the map and do how far the GPS was out before for like a long press, and then also switch to like services and stuff with Y. That doesn't seem to be the thing anymore, so I'm very bothered by that. I mean, I'll look later on and see what the button is, or see if there's a button to cycle, but yeah. Otherwise, I think it's okay. I think it looks alright. I don't like the new tachometer at all. I'm like, nah, mate, that's not for me. So interestingly, they almost didn't play this on Wednesday. They scratched out Dumb Luck and put this in, so I was intrigued by them almost doing Dumb Luck instead, but I'm very glad they played this, because I fucking love this song so fucking much. Another reason why I hope they do a 20th anniversary Brain Thrust Mastery tour. Don't throw it away if it's not working anymore. I say, throw it away if it's not working anymore. I promise this is not a test. It's just, I want you to be sure. It's all back to common sense, I guess. It's what you're looking for. It's a funny thing that this is going out a cappella to YouTube right now, and the Twitch VOD. Wake up. I'll throw it away if it's not working anymore. I say, don't throw it away if it's not working anymore. Promise this is not a test. It's just, I want you to be sure. And since I guess. Alright, I was just checking. Yeah, the map hotkeys still there for the main map. But yeah, I do think like flashing up a lot more tooltips and not just for the parking brake is very welcome from the UI's point of view. But yeah, it could be fixed a bit better. I kind of wish it was maybe there are choices for how things look somewhere, but like whenever I get back into VR and behind a wheel for this, I'll be running with no HUD anyway, so eventually I won't notice it. I only use the HUD for flat screen. I've been thinking a lot about, like, with the 20th anniversary of Love and Squalor and, like, how big Soccer AM was as pretty much the show for getting any kind of indie or rock act on and featured, you know, anything from We Are Scientists to Muse even doing the Wave Goodbye whenever they got announced for Wembley the first time. There's not really any shows anymore that do that, right? It's like you have to kind of listen to, like, Radio X or something, but those are always there. But outside of, say, a Jules Holland, and I guess what Saturday Night Live is trying to do for bigger artists, you don't really have that in the UK and Ireland anymore, unfortunately. I guess Jonathan Ross, kinda. But I've not watched the Jonathan Ross show in forever, so... Try to keep this vamping along so I can at least get to the final there's like one more rest stop. Handcuff program. Is he, like, handcuffing himself to guests or something? Woo-hoo-hoo. Just about avoided the cops. Oh, so it's like a game show kind of thing? Eh. I was thinking it was going to end up being like the fucking James Corden carpool thing or whatever, but eh. I guess everything has to be a fucking game show now of something. I did not see them tease that jam, really? I'm gonna have to go and look. Intriguing. The only thing I've seen is them posting about Illinois constantly. I think the most recent post was about Springfield, Illinois. But yeah, it's like fucking just constant Illinois shit. But I've also not been looking at social media too much outside of Reddit. Can we not just do a show can I just do a show where Jonathan Ross just gets locked away somewhere for like 15 years and we never have to hear from him? I mean, whatever. Wassie's fine. He's alright. I'm just not a big fan. This playlist is gonna fucking end before I reach the end of my thing. I'm gonna have to add a bunch of songs. Fuck. Rock Live! How's it going? I'm heading to Istanbul. We left Finland, and it's been several hours of virtual trucking, but yeah, we're going to Istanbul, so... Delivering a harvester! Don't look behind whenever you're driving on a curve. I think this driver next to me just shot himself. Went to grad school in Illinois. I wonder if the grad school is going to be in the DLC. Like, I think I watched, like, one episode of the Jonathan Ross show after he moved to ITV, but I have not paid attention to any of his, like, BBC stuff. Fuck. Okay, we're fine. Shit. Oh, I thought I cleared that barrier. I miss VR. Does this not count as a fucking space? Have they changed how the spaces work? Alright, I'm decoupling. Let's try and get this. Yeah, I routinely start shouting fuck from Ganja's office. Even whenever I'm not streaming, I just like to break in there and start shouting fuck all day long. I like the idea of me just being stuck shouting fuck out of someone's office. That's the kind of impression I want to leave on the world, so I appreciate that, Conch. Oh, Volition offices? That's pretty sick. I fucked. Oh, I'm not. The fucking thing's there. I was looking at the map expecting it to pop up like the old days and not the top middle. I'm an idiot. I'm so used to the old UI for that. Hi, Don. How's it going? Happy Friday. Welcome to the now chilled out, no longer politically ranting me. I keep restarting it, you know, once you download that virus, it's just, you'll never escape me. I'm sending wives and partners? Yeah, that's all I do. Not in the Irish farmer way, just in the terrible joke kind of way. And from shouting too much. Jam should know from the amount of times I've upset him. Yeah, I'm sure about that, Dom. It's a fucking mess and it needs to burn down just like the pedo oligarchy. Oh, I think I saw that was like #1 on their needed list. That was why they're updating the map laws. Was that specifically? Oh no, I hope they'll just cut Swindon out. Swindon and Bristol, terrible places. I've only ever known terrible people to be around there or live around there, so I hope they get cut out fully. Look, someone I know from this is from around there, and someone I know lives there. So, you know, I've gotta cut them out. No, I'm sorry. I feel like I would enjoy Bristol, but it has to go. It's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Swindonians. No, politically rant-free. I've always got a rant in me. Don't pay attention to the trailer damage, it's fine. I cannot go to Bristol, otherwise I will be lynched and slapped several times. And even if I only went to Bristol, I'm sure Laws would also come up and slap me across the face for every "there's a bear with you" joke. Pull out without looking. Oh, if I don't look, I don't see them, so we can just do it. Yeah, well, you know, sometimes you cross the border and you gotta make you go back and forth. I assume it's a very realistic piece of road, seeing as they have it that way. To know where it's home. Now this is a great closing song for a gig. If you want to do like a softer, dancier song, this works. On like fucking Starlight. There was something very sweet about us all screaming "Say Like You'll Stay" at the end of a gig. I don't know. I feel like it gets the point across that Matt wants to try and get with Starlight, but just can't because the song doesn't hit that way. Plus, obviously, it works really well for an Irish gig, and being about drinking with someone you really enjoy being around, right? Until the end. And, till the very end. I like clapping tits, but not in public. I almost killed that family. Wednesday was a very special gig. It ranks up there with some of my favorites. I will legitimately go to any We Are Scientists gig in Dublin from now on that I can get to. Hey, maybe they'll announce a second gig later in the year, which would be nice. Pot whales, pot whales. Okay, I'm just gonna call them pot whales from now on. Fuck that family. Almost did. Doing 90 and a 50, very nice. That's cops? No, we're fine. Whee! I can easily imagine myself driving at 90 down a 50 road and singing "Time Means Nothing." Right, hold on, let me add to this playlist a second. I thought I would have been finished by now, but here we go. Let me just throw this on a second when I figure out what album I want to throw on. Or what I want to throw on. I've realized I need to fucking get my arse in gear for doing the Eurovision thing now. It's like just over a month until Eurovision, so I gotta get on that. Let me add that to the queue. I even try. This came on pre-gig Wednesday, and it made me really upset that I needed to see Paramore back in 2023? Was it 2023? Whenever I took sick and had to cancel like 4 gigs. Yeah, 2023, April. Them and the Block Party tour. Man, that would have been so fun. Hard times gonna make you wonder why you even try. Hard times gonna make you down laugh when you cry. Hard times, hard times. I think I'm gonna just spend most of the weekend researching gigs for like June onwards and hope that I'm free for those and do whatever. The problem is, like, most of the summer gigs in Dublin end up being shite, like Kasabian. I listened to some of that new Kasabian stuff, and fuck me, actually horrendous. Very unhappy. It's been like one good song and about 3 albums. I just don't like Surge-fronted Kasabian, and I also don't like Tom. So it's a real tough situation to be in as a former Kasabian fan. I mean, not really, because I can just ignore them, but yeah. Hey Galloway, how's it going? Happy Friday! Unfollowed and everything? Okay. It's got that bad, huh? Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I'm kind of there too. You know, I still haven't watched the Wolf Alice performance from Saturday Night Live's... Was that the second episode of Saturday Night Live, or was that the first episode? Well, whichever one of the UK version, whichever one Wolf Alice were on, I need to go watch that. Looked like it was a good performance from what was shown on Instagram. I'm intrigued to see if Muse end up on SNL. I must be a narcissist. God knows that I can't resist. To make a song and dance about it. Maybe I'm a masochist. God knows why I can't resist. To make a song and dance about it. I'm having the feels thinking back to December. First gig with the Midnight Bus. Actually, yeah, that's another thing, right? Yeah, fucking, to go back to my political burning of the farmers of Ireland. I'm so fucking glad I ended up booking the hotel in the end, because the stuff that didn't end up happening, I ended up booking the hotel anyway, because I was like, okay, well, with shit going on that week, I'm probably safer sitting in a hotel. So I booked it like a week or two ago. And then, like, you know, that fell apart, but I was like, okay, I'll take a break in the hotel anyway, because I've not had a night away in, like, since London 2022, I guess. Well, no, okay, no, that's since whatever gig in November. But, like, very, very little time away since all this shit started. And I wouldn't have been able to get the fucking midnight bus after the show anyway, because I would have had to try and make my way out to the airport to fucking make up for the farmers being complete and utter fucking cunt wagons in the middle of Dublin City. So, like, fucking, like, fuck them. Oh, I'm so fucking glad, because then I would have, like, really booked, like, a full-on last-minute hotel and, probably paid a shitload for anywhere that would have been... That wouldn't have made me want to rip my own skin off and hang myself by my own intestines from like, the shower railing or something. So, fucking pieces of shit. We'll see how it goes over the weekend and what they fucking do with their protests, but I hope they fucking go and do one. Well, they did SNL back in the day, in the UK somewhere, but I think it was very short-lived. But yeah, but I guess now that fucking NBC, Comcast, whatever, whichever fucking thing, like, runs Sky in the UK now, like, I guess I'm not surprised they're trying to do, like, a cross-Atlantic synergy, because it's only in the last couple of years that SNL's really been airing over in the UK and Ireland. But yeah, it's probably, I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. I've heard good things, but I don't know how good those things are. I guess it feels like Britain has already done, like, well enough satire, and it's usually different to some of the SNL stuff that generally doesn't carry over, I would say, but I don't know. I have to have a look and see. It's not like there isn't enough talent down the comedian totem pole for people that would go and do, like, a residency thing weekly with it. I'm pulling off here. Oh, I'm so angry about the farmers again. I mean, Laws, if that tears apart the top of the Pops rewatches, that really fucking sucks. Add it to the list of reasons to smack Scott, I guess, possibly, depending. But that sucks. It shouldn't be, surely. Unless he's like, because he wasn't doing bit parts at that point, was he? Like, and just like, he wasn't like the fucking announcer or something. Seem to be still aimed at a US audience. Okay, well, now I'm even more intrigued to see it. Skip 3 August episodes. Boo! Boo! Fingers crossed they don't skip the Muse ones whenever it comes to it. Alright, well, I'll probably be in the Discord until then, or at least I'll probably be on somewhere in a call or something until then, just for Artemis. So, if you want to hang out with what's going on, I'll be happy with it. New episode of Muppet Show. I still need to watch like the rest of that series, or was it just one episode? I saw whatever like the one with Sabrina Carpenter was with you guys in the fork, and then that was it. Just cut through everyone here. Break through. I also need to catch up on Scrubs. I think I'm 6 episodes into the season, so I've got to... Shit. Oh yeah, I've seen a lot of the original, and I was watching the 90s reboot whenever it was airing on the BBC back in the day, and also RTE whenever Ireland also got the rights. I think fucking was it, or was it TG Carr? It might have been TG Carr / Tina G, because I have recollections of it. Fuck's sake. I have recollections of it being dubbed into Irish. Oh, he was defending fucking JK. I did not realize that. I'd seen Ricky doing it, but I hadn't seen Wassy do it. Oh god. Oh well, Wass is so great, right? Good old Wassy. Wonderful. What a fucking prick. I wonder when I'm gonna reach Turkey. Rocket elections? Wait, what's happening? Is that reflecting, or is that me going on my election spree? Oh, that sounds fun that they're all defending each other. Great. Aren't people wonderful? Yeah, let's make sure we all brown-nose each other and defend one of the most transphobic fuckwads in the general public eye, especially in Britain. Sure, great, fantastic. Wonderful. Oh, rocket elections are like rocket elections? Okay. Recollections. I thought we were actually electing it, like doing elections over me. I was gonna be replaced. Go! I mean, I get it, and I think it's good. I'm sorry that I didn't pick up on it immediately. I support everyone doing the jokes that humor themselves. Fuck knows, that's all I ever do in Laney's stream, and what I usually do in the fork whenever I show up is just something that I find funny. Alright, who's running for the new racket then? I mean, we already have the Pope redeem. I kind of don't want it to be like the Pope because I don't really want to be that associated with the... I don't want me to be associated with the Catholic Church in any sort of way. Or are we collecting me? Am I being like... is my blood being taken for some sort of thing? Humor masturbation is all I do, or it's all you do, and that's why I've got the utmost respect for you, Ganj. You're a kindred spirit in that sense, I feel, for that kind of thing. I mean, I'm the funniest person I know, so of course I'm going to try and make myself laugh. Eric Adams? Eric Udams? Ulrich Rackams? I could sense it tipping over. Especially, what, going 112 around that curve? Oh, you just throw the shit you like out there? Yeah, I mean, it's a good way to be. Especially whenever, like, you're not a dick. Or you're a good dick. Or you're like, you know, when you're like me and a good dick. Not that I have a good dick, you know what I'm saying. I am a good dick. You're welcome. First thing you did was tip over a very expensive delivery. That feels like my usual way of playing this game. All one word, laws. Because you were used to doing it that way for forever, and then I had to change it because a streamer bought. Oh my god, look at all these trucks having to fucking come in for a fucking way. In my head now, anytime anyone ever fucking annoys me with the happy birthday shit, I'm just gonna imagine they're saying good dick racket, and especially now that Laney's got that synesthesia time or audio thing flying across the screen. I'm just gonna be like, yeah, everyone's saying good dick racket. And I'm nothing if not at least aiming to be as good as Richard Nixon. That's a campaign I can make sure that I live on. Oh god, it's Kraken! Hi, Kraken! Hi, how goes it? How was the musical tunes tonight? Assuming you're doing music. Welcome in, guys! If you're not following Kraken, make sure you do. Kraken's absolutely fucking great. Some great nerd rock over that way. Shout out should have gone automatically. Hey, welcome in! Hi, everyone. I'm just trucking and occasionally shouting out political things. You've come in during a new election, apparently, to elect a new me, so, that's happened. So you're fun, glad to hear it, glad to hear it. Well, yeah, thanks for the raid, so I really appreciate it. I wouldn't trust me with anyone, but seriously, thank you so much for coming over. Welcome to Music and Trucking, as I'm trying to get, relaxed after a busy week and just trucking around Turkey in Eurotruck. Thank you, Lots, for doing one of those shoutouts for Kraken too. If you're not following Kraken, do it right now. Do it. Do it. I command you. It's an order. I'll run on Upu on I can't English. Your dad drove the transport? Yeah. This is the game of the dreams if you want to go trucking. Jam, Cow, and a bunch of others and myself will often do like a convoy on this, and it's very fun. Generally, we end up very split up, especially whenever I just decide to drive off and keep going, and it ends up not being very convoy-like. But, you know, what can you do? You're not that too nice! Everyone plays Rubber Duck. Well, this has been a very long delivery. It's been, going from the north of Finland through to Turkey. So in-game, it was like 46 hours. This has been like, I started about 10 minutes into the stream, probably. So, it's been that long. I don't know how long it's been. I am completely brain dead. Sitting here behind a virtual steering wheel. Yeah, that is true. I've seen Jam nap during the game. I have. Oh, that's good about starting the entire thing again. That is good. Thank fuck for that. Oh, yep. You move on. There we go. Whenever I stream feels like 48 hours. I'm gonna assume that means because I pack it so full of fun and today political rantings about Irish bullshit that it just feels that like there's been so much information and things learned, such as good dick racket, that it feels like 48 hours worth of knowledge. So I appreciate it, Jam. Thank you. But yeah, that sounds really good for the update for the game. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I'm happy to be a good dick racket. You're here to compliment. I don't know. I would never compliment streamers, so. No, I don't know. I don't want to be smooth dick racket though. This is not a good time to bring back smooth dick. It just makes me think it's like shining like a well-waxed stone or something. Alright, clearly it's Dick's Out night in the quote box. It's pretty good timing. I wish I could do a streamer bot was set up in a way to like read what's going on and fully buy into it, but alas, no. There we go. I've discovered Istanbul. I've done it. It doesn't have to be the other extreme. It doesn't have to be rough dick either. I mean, I don't know. Some people like a rough dick. I like not like a scrub daddy. Like not one of those like really coarse ones, but. I mean, I'm pretty sure 90% of the quotes are about dick. Or dick-adjacent things. So, yeah. Dick-adjacent is also my detective name whenever I'm not being just investigations. Oh, there we go. There's a non-dick one. Finally. We've realized that it's not all dicks here. Except for me. I'm prime dick number 1. That's what I often say about Prime. What's that? Christmas 2024? Is that's not around? That's not around the time of us all doing PUBG, is it? Alright, well our harvester's looking fine. Oh, actually, the 12th of December, that would have been Game Awards night, so that probably would have been whenever we were, that might have been whenever we were all in that big Discord call with like 20 of us or whatever. Maybe that was like my birthday stream. I forget what I mean, we've done a few of those, but yeah, that would have been the Game Awards stream. So I'm pretty sure that was the 12-hour stream. I never even put together that it was 12-12-12 for my 12-hour stream that time. I'm a terrible, terrible person at doing any sort of like possible advertising slogan. Clearly I need someone that works in marketing to help me. What am I stuck on? Log and Stick Logistics. Great name. Doesn't matter. Don't worry about me hitting the thing. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah, that's good enough. It's true, I am a terrible, terrible person. That's the main thing you should know about me, is I'm the worst. After that length of time, it was only a satisfactory job? For fuck's sake. I suppose I did damage it a lot. Alright. I did it. I did it. Alright, what next? Still in reverse, that's not great. There is like a video over this way that I can go and have a look at. Then I might hit a rest stop and then park it up and go and sit in the Discord and watch shit. I have to go to this way. Okay, here's the okay, let me out. It's always so freeing to get rid of your trailer and then just like drive around like without a care in the world. It's like taking a massive shit, you know, and just dropping that bomb and just being fairly relaxed afterwards. It's great. Laza stick logistics? How did I not notice you said that? Oh, look at the shadows in the tree, making it look like I've got an actual pattern on my truck. Fucking way is this road? It's true, just like you're programmed to ignore my bullshit. Do I have to go up and around? Sorry, anyone behind me? Silly truck. Oh, I can't even go through those? I thought I could knock them over. Well, he crashed into me, so that's his own fault. Have I missed it? I was supposed to go down and underneath, wasn't I? Maybe. Oh no, wait, no, there's probably a thing on the road. Okay, never mind. think I need to expand my business at some point and get more drivers. Alright, let's see how much damage was done in that second part of that. I already did repair once during the trip. Alright, that's like, what, 12,000 total loss? That's fine. Yeah, it's an indoor golf course. I think it's a place that Tiger Woods owns, but like it's kind of like a VR virtual golf course thing. So yeah, they're doing that there, which seems very interesting. I saw that during the week. Another addition to like the cool kind of venues that they pick out and stuff. So good for them. Good for them. All right, it's daylight in Istanbul. What else have I got? I need to go and remember to look up the Turkish DLC stuff and or the Turkish edition and see what they're doing there. I feel like I've done like a decent amount of roads. Kind of not done a lot of this part of France and Germany. So gotta sort that out. And I guess on this save, I've never been up to Scotland. I did all of the UK back in the day, but I kind of don't want to do it again. And I guess there's also no point until we get the new version. A lot of Spain and Portugal I've not done. So need to sort that out. And then also up around here. Okay. Alright. I'm done. What? There's a lot of France there? What? There's a lot of France? What? What do you want? France and Germany, no one cares about Switzerland. What do you want? Oh, whatever. I was just circling. I wasn't paying attention to where I was circling. God damn it, stop it. But yeah, anyway. I'm done. Again, if you're not following Kraken, make sure you're following Kraken. I'm disappearing now. Go for... feel free to suggest anywhere to, like, go amongst yourselves and chat. I need to go and sort out some stuff. And, I'm still not mentally in the... I'm raiding yet, so, yeah. Anyway. Goodbye. So long. Farewell. Take care and go and tickle a good dick for your evening.